I requested yesterday, please, even if it is 1 or 2 people that can be keeping the conversation by answering yes, no, this and that, so that I will know it's not just monologue. So, what is the course that we are going to go through now? Yesterday we agreed we are going to have a class rep. Any class rep? Oh, it's like I'm talking to myself alone. I don't know.
Hello, sir. Hello, sir.
Yes, sir, Prof.
Some of us did not attend yesterday's class, so we are supposed to be year 3 today. So I don't really understand when you said that.
Okay, sorry. Okay, yeah. sorry. This year 3, right?
Yes, sir.
Yes,
okay,
sir. Yes,
again, sir. Sorry about that. It's a confusion, you know. So in any case, I'm Mohamed Bello from Department of Veterinary Public Health and Preventive Medicine, ABU Zaria. Okay, I'm going to be taking this course together with Professor C. Kudi from the same faculty here in Zaria. So the course is VPM 811, Research Methods. Is that?
Yes.
Yes, that's the course.
Okay. So thank you very much. Once again, sorry, I apologize for the late start. And considering the whole circumstances, I think today we are going to go through a sort of introduction regarding the general course outline. So I'm going to give you the course content today only, and then we have a little chat, okay? And we call it a day. In the next class, we will start the full lessons.
All right, Prof.
Okay,
Yeah.
sir.
So I think I will be sharing a small. I'll be sharing just the course content, okay, in form of PowerPoint, and then from time to time I will be switching to the Microsoft Teams screen so that we'll have some conversation. So anytime we'll be having discussion, I think I will prefer to switch to this screen so that I can see you. We can have a small discussion. So let me try to share it, okay? Can you see anything on the screen?
No.
No. What of now? Can you see?
Yes.
We can
Yes,
see it.
yes,
We can see it.
So let me put it on slideshow, right? Okay, I don't think you need this. All right. This is the beginning of the course outline. Are we together?
Yes, Prof.
Yes.
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 Okay. As I said, I will be still.
Huh?
Let's schedule your class for Friday.
Okay.
For Friday, so we'll get the time of Friday.
Please.
Okay, let me.
If you are communicating outside the class, you can switch off you mute your microphone because it's a distraction. If you want to interact with someone outside the class, please better you mute your microphone and you make your calls or discuss. Otherwise, it's a distraction. So we were warned that some of you are even teaching these courses we are trying to teach today. So you are experts also, you are fellows. So it is not going to be a full-time academic lecture, come deliver and go. I prefer my class to be more of interactive class. Most of you, maybe you have your PhDs, so you have gone through what research is all about. So we are going to have a discussion. I think the key thing is the skill acquisition in this regard. Moreover, at the end, you are going to write projects. So this is a very fundamental course, please. Okay. So let me again switch back to the PowerPoint. Now, we are going to start with what is research. Okay. So right away, I would like to ask, what is research? Scientific research, let me put it this way. Please, if you expect I will just be talking alone, maybe this class will just remain like this, will remain silent. If I ask question and you don't answer, I will not talk until you answer me.
Hello, sir. I think research
Yes,
is a scientific way of investigating in order to arrive at a particular outcome. It's a systematic way. It's a systematic way of investigating a study area or a subject in order to arrive at a conclusion, at a particular conclusion.
Okay. So it means we can say what research is what?
Investigation.
Is
Scientific
search,
investigation.
isn't it? Research is a search. Or what? Investigation.
Of a
Please,
particular
don't worry.
subject area.
Please, let's be together. Don't worry. First of all what you are discussing is being recorded. Okay. So, secondly, we are going to have the proper lecture, as I said. Today, we are just going through. Okay. It's like sort of appraisal. I want to see and feel how prepared are you. So, but it's fundamental we define what is research. So as you put it rightly, it is what? A search or investigation, isn't it? So what makes a scientific research different from other researches? Again, no answer.
Okay, yes.
Yeah?
I think
It will have to
scientific
be,
research follows a protocol.
Yes.
While other research.
Okay, I think I'm trying to I mean here some keywords from it. It needs what? Careful
protocol.
Some protocols or methods.
No, not really the protocols. Whatever protocol you are following or guideline, there are other fundamental things. If you call it a scientific research, and that is what?
Ethics.
No, yes, those are the guidelines. But what I'm trying to point out here is it has to be what? Careful,
Systematic.
very careful. If you are conducting a scientific research, you have to be what? Very, very what? Careful.
Careful.
Very what? Diligent, isn't it?
Thank you.
yes.
And what? Exhaustive. So in scientific research, it is a search or investigation or examination that it's what? Thorough, careful, and very what? Diligent as you conduct it. With the aim of what? What is the ultimate aim of the research? As some of you try to mention.
Aim to arrive at a certain conclusion.
Yes, but as you go on with the research, you are carefully examining something, you are carrying out inquiry very diligently. I think you are trying to what?
You are trying to add to the body of knowledge.
In order to discover what? fact.
A finding.
A new fact.
In order to discover what? Facts. Is that not so?
Yes. Yes.
Or what? Interpret some things as you observe them. It's also part of research, isn't it? Not necessarily new discovery, but as you go on observation, the power of interpretation also can be part of what? Your research.
Research.
Is that so?
Yeah.
You also conduct research in order to what? Revisit some theories. Is that not so?
So,
Yes.
Well, to revisit, let's say, okay, there was a hypothesis or a theory or something, okay? As a scientist, as you walk through, you said, okay, let me revisit this topic. Let me have another research, conduct investigation on this particular area of study, isn't it? A
Yes.
fact
Yes.
has been established in that area, but now you are revisiting that topic or whatever, okay? To revisit that topic, to reinvestigate again. You see,
Yes.
well, you know, don't forget we are talking about the concept, what research is all about. So it's not only let me go and investigate and get. So it's a complex form of what? Search, inquiry, if you like it, investigation, examination. In order to what? Discover some facts, to prove or disprove and establish what? Fact. Okay? So all these are the concept and type which will take us to, at the end, the type of research we would like to engage in. Please, are we together?
yes, sir.
Yes.
So this is just the concept. So as you say, you are going to go into research, you are going, in other words, into investigation, into an inquiry. It may be into something new entirely. It may be that, okay, something has been established, let me investigate and add my own also findings. It may be that, okay, in the, let's say are we together, please?
Yes,
Let's
ma'am.
say in the evolution now, okay, in new dispensation, formally, this was the method that has been used to establish a particular fact. If you remember, in the early days, the only way of confirmation of what, let's say, microbial examination is to culture, isn't it? Isolate the organism, carry out some what? Biochemical tests, isn't it? And say, well, this is E. coli or this salmonella, right? But now we have what? Examination to do with what? At the molecular level, isn't it? So in the present dispensation, you can also carry out research, revisit a topic, okay, because there are new ways to investigate that topic. So it is also a research. You get the point? It's not only that I'm going into research to discover. Let me even go ahead to tell you, most of what we are doing, 95% or even more than that of all the researches going on are what is called incremental research. Incremental. So as you carry out your investigation, you are just adding the little you find into what is already existing. So it is incremental. Are you getting the point? Somebody conducted investigation on brucellosis, let's say in Borno State. Okay, there's brucellosis in Borno State. Now you are conducting your own in Abia State, for example. So you are just adding knowledge. You are bringing the picture of maybe about the disease in Nigeria generally. Okay. So most of what we are doing is incremental. So, but there are researches that we call maybe journey to unknown. Maybe you are going to discover something you don't know. Nobody has ever done it before. You are going into it for the first time with the aim of discovery. Or sometimes the discoveries are what? Accidental. Are we there? Are we together, please?
Yes. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Please, at any given time, if you have a question, please, you can not necessarily even indicating, just unmute your mic and let me know, so that we will be carried along together. Okay. So far, this is about the general concept of research. So perhaps in the next class, we are going to give maybe a shorter definition, or otherwise, if you like, we can formulate our definition now. What do you think?
Yes, Prof.
What do you mean? What do you mean by formulation of our?
From our discussion now, so how do we define research?
Okay.
Huh?
Well,
In our own way now.
well, research is a study that is done systematically with a lot of care and with due diligence to add either to add to the body of knowledge or to make a new discovery.
Yes.
Research is a thorough and carefully discovery or examinations in order to add to the previous knowledge or to arrive at a new discovery or accidental findings.
Okay. It's like gradually we're even starting the lectures. I wanted just to go through the course outline. So how do we do it? Because I think I would prefer to have a PowerPoint with more of small notes under these subheadings. Okay. Research, we give the definition. Ethics, what are the ethics? Okay. The types of research, and so on and so forth. So I insist maybe we leave it until the next class, where we'll have a more comprehensive PowerPoint regarding the lectures. So the next is what? Research ethics. So what is ethics, or what are the ethics?
Ethics are like morals.
So
Ethics,
moral,
ethics,
yes.
ethics is a set of rules that guide certain operations or activity.
Okay, I think I will tend to agree with you also. Okay, but there is something very fundamental here when it comes to research ethics. Okay, so it's a sort of, we need to just underscore this word moral. Are you getting the point?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
It's a system of what? Moral obligation. Okay, it's a system which is guided by a by moral what? Obligation.
Obligations. Yes.
Obligation. Moral obligation, isn't it? Or principles.
Yes. Yes.
But for what? Governing the conduct of what? Your research.
Yes.
Do you get the point?
Yes, sir.
This by way of definition. It is
I'm
a
sorry.
system of
I'm
moral what?
Net.
Principles or obligation governing what? The conduct of what? Research. Isn't it? That is
Yes.
for the researcher or for the scholar.
Yes, sir.
This is important because I'm saying moral because the issue of integrity has to come here.
Yes.
Especially when it comes to maybe processing your data here and there, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
These are things that you sit down most of the time in your room, in the comfort of maybe your cabinet or whatever, and do it alone. Okay?
Yes.
So if you go to, we'll talk a little on research misconducts. Okay? So you can see that if you don't have that principle, moral principles, if you don't have that integrity, okay, there are going to be issues or problems regarding what? Research ethics. I can tell you with my little life in the academia, I've seen so many. Okay? So, but when we come to the discussion, I think we'll talk about the misconduct. So I think just in a nutshell, this is what we are trying to say when we talk of what? Research what? Ethics.
Ethics.
So, but as we all know also, are we together? When it comes to the research ethics, it's not only what you do, isn't it, in your work? Most at times, you also have what? Colleagues, isn't it?
Yes.
So that moral principle is not only in relation to your data, but also what? To your what? Colleagues, that is other researchers. So the relationship with each other is very, very important also. Do you have any idea about what we misconduct in research?
Misconduct in research. It's like some plagiarism.
Yes.
Yeah, plagiarism is a misconduct in research.
Okay. So do you get the point? First of all, if
Yes.
you look, we try to what? We try to define, isn't it? Research ethics. These are system of rules or whatever of moral principles or obligation governing what? The researcher or the conduct of the research in relation to collection of his data processing and also in relation to his what? Fellow scholars or researchers. Hey, who is that, please?
Let me blow. Let me blow your eyes.
Who is that, please? Can you mute your mic? Thank you. So it's like a small subheading. There are some ethical misconduct, isn't it? Since we say there are a set of rules. So what are they? Someone start by saying plagiarism. Okay. Hello, I can see you. Well done. Eh? So plagiarism, right, is an ethical misconduct. Yes. What do you mean by plagiarism?
Verbatim copying of another person's work or another research somewhere.
Yes. But
without reference
content or references.
The source.
Without authority or due recognition, isn't it? Because most research, how do you do literature review? Literature review is plagiarism. The only difference between literature review and plagiarism is that you acknowledge what? The source. So when you acknowledge the source, I wrote this because somebody has conducted a research, this is what he came across. So I am making reference to him. That one is not plagiarism. It's a reference. And it may be part of literature review. Is that clear?
Yes, sir.
So otherwise, we cannot be manufacturing everything from our head. But that's why at the end, you have to have what? List of references, isn't it? that are duly what recognized within the text of your work and at the end. So what is the order, or what are the other possible misconducts when it comes to ethics of research?
Doctoring of data.
What does that mean? What is the appropriate word? Falsification.
Falsification.
Isn't it? Of your data or result. That is, you have a particular result and you try, as you say, to doctor it, adjust it here and there, isn't it? So that it will suit, so that you have a very ideal result and so on. Is also a very serious ethical misconduct in research. And then also we have what? What is the order? Maybe we just pick three most common ones.
Falsification, plagiarism.
Christiana or Dita? Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yes, I can hear you.
This question is addressed to you. We have mentioned two ethical misconduct. I can see all your names. You can't hide, even if you put off your camera. So I will be calling you by names.
Okay. All right. Somebody mentioned plagiarism. Yeah.
The other one say doctoring, and I say, okay, we call it falsification.
Okay. Yeah, they have also heard of somebody just sitting down in the comfort of their office or in their room, just manipulating, just conjuring figures and then publishing an article.
That's correct.
Hello?
So what's the word for that? Yes, what's
I
the word
don't
for
know.
that?
I don't know.
Doctoring data.
I don't know.
It's doctoring the data, sir. That's the falsification.
And falsification is like changing. It's also falsification to me.
So please try to remember this. It is called
That's
what you said.
falsification.
You just define it, and that's exactly what is happening. But there is the commonly and conventionally accepted term for that, and that is what? Fabrication.
Fabrication.
Isn't it?
Yes, that's an English word.
Yes, but that is the general word used when it comes to ethical misconduct. So a single word, but you can explain it, and it can mean anything. You sit down and what? Fabricate. And when we say fabricate, it means, yes, some call it cooking. Huh? They sit down and concoct result and so on and so forth. So any other terminology, perhaps I think the bottom line is that you sit down from nowhere, you create just some words or some data, isn't it? Unlike falsification, falsification is what? You have the data, but it doesn't suit you. So you adjust this small, reduce this and that. Okay? Well, when you talk of plagiarism, it is what? Completely copying somebody's work without authority or without due reference. Are we there?
Yes,
Yes.
Let's leave this also. We'll come back to all of this, as I said, maybe with small notes at the bottom. So types of research and the design. I think this is very fundamental. Okay? What are the types of research we have?
Basic research and applied research.
Okay, maybe I will mute my camera and microphone also very soon.
No, sir, we are talking, sir. We have basic and applied research.
So this is very, very important, please. The type of research we are going to.
Yes, I said
Yes, please,
basic
who
and
is that?
applied research.
So what does that mean?
Basic research is research. Hello?
Yes, please.
Yeah, basic research is the research that is carried out to, like you are saying, to a point of no return earlier. You are just discovering a new thing that is not known before, for example. But applied research is after you have done the discovery, now you want to apply it, maybe to produce it on large scale or to take it to economic level.
Okay, let me put, instead of types of and design, okay, let me use the word study.
Yes, I was going to ask you that do you mean types of study or what? We have three basic types of studies.
Let's use, okay, let me use the word types of what?
Study.
Research study, yes.
Hello.
So yes, you can go ahead.
Okay, so I said we have three basic types of studies. We have the cross-sectional studies, we have the case control studies, and the cohort study.
To the study, sorry, let me remove it to avoid confusion. Fall under different type of what study. You say you are third year.
Yes.
Yes.
Third year. What
There
was the class I
research
had yesterday?
methods. Not the research method.
This is third year, isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Maybe whether you are, because you are in your final year, you are so tired, I don't know. But I think we need to be more active. The class we had yesterday was less than this, but the participation was better. So as I said, maybe you are tired already after following here. I don't know. So what?
Hello.
Hello.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Oh, it's like I went somewhere. Okay? You
We're
lost me.
waiting for you to say something.
No, I asked you a question.
Okay, I
three
said
types of what?
of studies.
Well,
Yes.
yeah.
I said there are three types of studies. We have the case control studies. We have the case control study. We have the cohort study and the cross-sectional study.
Oh. Okay. Sorry, we can't hear you.
Can I try? Hello, sir.
I can't hear her. Okay, who is that? Who wants to try?
Myself.
Who is that? Okay, who is that? I'm saying.
Yeah.
Abila?
Can
Abila.
I try?
Okay, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I think basically we have
We're
two types
talking of studies, please.
Yes, we have
yes,
two
please,
types.
Go ahead.
We have two types of studies. That is, we have the observational study and the experimental study.
We have problem.
Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, please.
We have two types of study.
Yes.
Observational study and the experimental study. So under the observational study, we have the case control study.
Wait. Don't forget. I said today is just introduction. All what we are doing today is what? Introduction.
Introduction.
Yes. We have not started the lecture yet. So when we start the lecture proper, we will come and discuss all this. I just want to know the 3 types of study we have today. So you have mentioned 2, which are very correct. You say we have the what?
We have the observational study and the experimental study. So the observational study is in 3 forms. We have the case control, and the cohort study, and the case control, the cohort study, and the cross-sectional study.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Is that Habila who just spoke now? So please let me. The third one is hello.
Hello,
We can hear you. We are listening, Prof.
Sorry, it's like experimental studies, observational studies, and the third one is what? Theoretical studies. Theoretical studies. Have you heard of that? Have you heard of theoretical studies?
Yeah. Yes.
So what does that imply or entails? So what is that all about? So
Okay. Some kind of simulation studies.
Exactly. Do you get it? So simulation is a typical example of what? Theoretical study, isn't it? On the computer and so on and so forth. So it's also a type of study, and you can do a lot of research using the theoretical study, isn't it?
Yes.
So since we are not in full gear regarding the lectures, okay, we have idea now that, okay, we have 3 types: experimental, observation, and theoretical. So when we, okay, in details, okay. So now we are going to look at also literature review. What is literature?
It's a review of existing studies. These are the review of the previous or existing studies.
Is it from the administrator, or can you hear me well, please? Let me
yes,
know what
I
the
we
problem is.
can hear you, Prof.
Because most of you, okay, because some of you, when they speak, I can't get them well.
Okay.
So please, if you look at the logic, okay, let's just go through again, okay. Now you have understanding of what is what research, isn't it?
Yes.
Now we know the guidelines, because when you are going into anything, you must be guided by certain what rules and regulation.
That's ethics.
First outline. So now you are guided by the rules. I'm going to engage in this. Okay, these are the guidelines. Now, because there are different types of study, which one am I going to do? Are you seeing the logic? So after you have defined yourself now, okay, this is the type of study I want to go into. What is the next thing? Is to have now what? A general search, isn't it? What has
Yes.
been done in that area and so on and so forth. So that's why the next thing we decided to put is what? Literature review. Okay? So what is it all about? Literature review. Because there is no research practically, if it is incremental research like what we are doing, as I said, you can't do it without a proper literature review. So what is literature review?
We can say literature review is a kind of comprehensive abstract or summary of previous studies on the same subject.
Okay. Honestly, I think I will agree with you so that we don't waste time. Okay? That is the whole idea. The whole idea of literature review is to fall back to what has been previously done in a particular study subject or area. Okay? What has been done in a particular study subject or area, so that it will guide you now on what you want to do, how do you want to, what do you want to improve, what do you want to add to what has previously been known to us. Okay? So it is very, very fundamental. And that is why in most theses, dissertations, and perhaps even in your project, there must be a whole chapter of what is called what? Literature review. And most of the time, the more exhaustive your literature review is, you'll find that the more informed you are, even before you start. So it's something that you have to do before you finally decide even on, okay, exactly what do I want to add? So that's why most of the time when students come to me, okay, I want to work on this, I want to work on that, I say, okay, go and read about this and come back. Go and read about this topic. So that reading, that search is simply what literature review is all about. So there are certain also guidelines. How do you do literature review? Okay. How do you refer it in the text and in the what at the end of your work? Okay, and so on and so forth. But what I'm trying to say, you cannot talk about scientific research without going through what literature review is all about. Okay?
Yes.
So again, we will discuss that. So as continuation of the outline, after again, isn't it, you have gone through now the literature review, you are ready to start your work. Are we together?
Yes, well.
When you're about to start your work, the next thing is what? You have to write what? A proposal. Isn't it?
Yes.
Okay, I've narrowed my mind. I've read about this now. Okay, I want to start my work. So I have to write a proposal regarding what I want to do. So the proposal writing is a whole topic on its own. Okay? Because different schools, different institutions, they have their own what? Guidelines. But I must tell you, all of these are under the umbrella of an international convention, what can be generally accepted as the standard. So you have to clearly outline, for example, introduction when you come to proposal writing. Okay, what is the area, what is the research problem, okay, you want to solve? What is the aim and objective? Okay, what are the research questions? How do you intend to carry out the materials and methods? What are your expected outcome? So you have to write a proposal. And let me tell you one very fundamental in proposal. I have the privilege to be part of people who wrote a proposal requesting or competing for the MacArthur sponsorship as far back as I think 2010. Under the leadership of senior professors. Okay, we wrote and applied for a research grant under the MacArthur Foundation, and we got it, and a huge amount of money. up to now, some students are benefiting from it. So it is very important how you write your proposal. If you, some of you that are in the universities, you know, you write proposal to the TED fund, isn't it? Tertiary institution fund, isn't it? Some get it, some don't get it. So it depends on the power of your proposal, the area of interest, whether it is of material importance at the present day dispensation of the country, so that they don't just waste your money. Is your proposal trying is a problem solving, or just for just academic exercise? Okay. So proposal writing is the determinant of either you are applying for a scholarship or grantsmanship or even a sound research. So you must be guided properly how, and it is all about how you intend to carry out this.
Hello. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yes, Rob.
Yeah, sorry, I don't know if somebody is very technical who can help me. Actually, what I'm doing, my cell phone is I'm sharing the data. It's like hotspot to the system. So anytime there's incoming call, it tends to disrupt just for a second.
Oh, it's something with us. Maybe if you have a modem, that will help.
No, yes, yeah, I don't know. I think it's more than 10 years I don't use modem now. I use my handset for everything, and I hotspot it, enter it, and then it's working, has been working excellently. So I'm just saying, just bear with me sometime, maybe once in a while for 2 seconds. But I never accept any call. No, I just reject all the calls because you are more important at this particular moment to me.
So thank you.
Thank you, Rob.
Most important, my wife is at home, so no trouble. The call of your wife, you know, if that one is you have. So we're talking about proposal, isn't it?
Yes,
proposal writing.
Yes, Rob.
So as I said, it's very fundamental. So I don't know whether we'll go and decide anyway. Anybody who will teach it, whether myself or Kudi, what I'm giving you is the general outline, out of which eventually we will share it. So in any case, it doesn't matter if it teaches something, you need more clarification from me, please, I'm ready. If I teach and I'm thinking it's also open for more clarification, I mean to say, as we continue with the course. Okay. Do you have any idea how many lectures entirely we are going to have?
Well, 12 weeks. We are supposed to have 12 weeks of lectures. So whatever it is.
But it's not weekly. We read every week.
Yeah, once. Okay. No, let me look at it.
Okay. Then we don't have problem. I'm just thinking of time consumption. Moreover, it's about 2 hours. I think we'll adjust so that we don't have any issue. Okay.
Sir, I have a question, sir.
Yes, please.
This class
Sir,
is
we have
for
interactions.
Okay. So I heard you mention someone. I'm the one, sir. Hello, sir. Can you hear me? Hello.
Ask your question, please.
Sir, I heard you say someone is in year 3. Is this class for year 3 and 4, or is for fellowship 2, year 1?
You know what?
I don't understand
actually,
the years, sir.
If you remember, when I came, I was even assuming it was the same class that was with me yesterday. So my duty is, I was given the timetable, this is the course content, I should come and deliver the lecture. So I cannot lie to you. I don't know whether it's a fellowship.
No, from what we're told, this year 3, and this fellowship 2, year 3.
But I
This
didn't
class is
know
for year
It's
this is for
fellowship 2, year 1, which is the same as
Fellowship
year
2,
3.
year 1.
Fellowship 2.
Exactly. This year 3.
And the
Okay.
same
Year 3.
as year 3.
Yes, this year 3, but it's actually our first because we didn't do 1 and 2. Since we applied for
Okay.
fellowship 2.
Yes.
But does
so
that
so
change
it's the same
anything? When I
for
look
year
at the
1,
course
2, and
content,
3.
it's like it's the same.
What I'm saying, so it's the same class for year 1, 2, and 3.
Okay.
I think you
I
can
don't
just look
think
at your
so.
timetable and
I
clarify.
don't
All these
think
things
so.
And
has been
clarify.
written there.
Yes.
It's okay.
You don't need
And
to
I
be
think
discussing here.
basically I was just going through the course content, so it won't change much.
It's okay. Thank you.
Yeah.
I think all in all, we have
So
about 6 or 7 lectures with you.
it's okay, no problem. I think
We have
make it.
8.
So now after your proposal has been approved, presumably, okay? The next thing is what? You have to go to the field, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
I hope you can see the screen now, okay? The course outline. So sampling and data collection. That one again is a whole topic. Maybe even we can't finish it in one class. So we'll come and define what is sampling, what are the types of sampling, okay? Then what is data? How do we collect data? And so on and so forth. I don't want us to go into the discussion, but maybe just as a prop, let me just ask, what is a sample? Because the word sampling comes from the word sample. So what is a sample?
Sample is a representation from a larger population.
Okay, it's just a subunit, isn't it, of something. If I collect just a small part of something, it can be referred to as sample, isn't it? Hello?
Hello, Prof.
What's that?
Hello?
Give example.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
I have a
Yes,
question.
please.
I have a question.
Yes. Okay, who is that? Who is that?
It's Yusuf, Dr. Yusuf.
Please ask your question. Just call your name so that I can be remembering your name.
Okay, Dr. Yusuf.
Okay, Dr. Yusuf. What's the question?
Yeah, sorry, sir. What's the difference between proposal writing and methodology?
Okay, please listen carefully. He asked a question. Proposal writing is the
And research
entire
methodology.
document, what you want to do. You know, you are proposing a research on a particular topic and so on and so forth. Okay? So, but when you talk of methodology, it's part of the proposal, it's part of materials and methods, how you carry out something. We'll come to that. By the time we will discuss about proposal, we are going to talk about materials and method, and methodology will come into that. Dr. Yusuf.
Yeah, I'm okay.
Is that clear?
Yeah, I'm okay.
The proposal is the whole document, what you want to do in your research. After you finally decided this is my topic, okay, how do I go about?
Prof, the reason why I asked that question. Hello? Hello?
One of the
Hello?
methods. Yes.
Hello?
I say you have to use generally accepted methods for your work to be recognized internationally. So the methodology is very, very important.
Okay. But
any other question, please?
Yes. Will research proposal, will it also include literature review and other things we've talked about before?
No. Usually in research proposal, you don't bother people with literature review. It's basically what you want to do, isn't it? And that is you have to introduce the topic, Then you come, okay, what is the problem you want to solve? Isn't it?
Okay.
Then you come and tell us what are the aims and objectives, isn't it? So
Okay.
these are now, if you come, let's say I'm a rich man, maybe Dangote Foundation or Bill Gates or whatever. So you want to work, let's say, on malaria in a particular area, or you want to work on a particular topic that has not been, worked on earlier. So I may pick interest. So the proposal is just simply, this is the work I want to do, and this is how I want to do it, simply. So you don't bother people with literature review in it. You just introduce the topic briefly. So when you come to your full thesis, okay, or dissertation, that's when you put your full literature review to show that, yes, you have acquired some knowledge regarding the subject matter before you start it. And then you will be able to compare your outcomes with what has been previously reported in your literature review. So in the proposal, generally, usually you don't put any literature review. Okay?
Okay, sir.
Yes. Because sometimes, let me add again, regarding proposal, in some places or institution or scholarship board or whatever, they will give you strict format. So proposal, usually it has strict format.
Yeah.
This is what you do, this is what you do, this is what you do, this is what you do. So it's a more or less restricted document, but the bottom line is that you are telling us what you want to do and how you want to do it and why you want to do it, simply.
Okay.
Okay.
No problem.
So, yes, please.
Okay.
Yeah, sometimes in some research proposals, you see a bit of literature review in the introduction, and also also in the research problem, the problem area you want to address, little of literature review, a bit of it. Is that okay?
Yes, of course. That's what I'm saying, and that is why it is called. What did you say just now? Research problem.
Yes, research problem.
But it is
yes.
not called literature review.
No, no, no.
Like if you take most thesis or dissertation in the university, it has a clear topic, chapter, introduction.
Yes.
Or that introduction will come under what? Literature review. But usually
Yes.
chapter 1 is usually the introduction and so many other things. So why not, let's wait please a bit. When we come to deliver the lecture, I think most of this will trash them out. Okay?
Okay.
So let's just quickly finish the course outlines. So we are okay. Sample. Okay, I was just asking what is sample, isn't it?
Yes.
It's a proportion. It's a proportion of your whole population.
Okay. So if you ask, I can continue asking. So what is population now?
Population. Population is the entire either residents or group or community of interest or data of interest you want to do research on.
So, but it's like you are limiting the population only to human beings, the way I read your definition.
Okay.
You can say population is the total number of subjects in a particular environment or in a particular area of interest.
So what is the keyword when you are trying to define a population? First of all, it may be a living or non-living. You have population of trees, isn't it?
Yes.
Population of whatever, isn't it?
Yes.
What is the key thing there?
Number.
For it to be a population, no. The number, of course, you are talking of everything, each and every member. But for it to be defined as a population, they must share a common feature.
Okay.
Something that is common to them. What is common among you guys now? You are all what? Fellows.
Yes.
So I can say a population of
in
what?
a particular area.
Like
In a particular area.
Students. So I mean, it's a group total number, but then they share a common what? feature.
Environment.
That makes it a population of animals, fish, human beings, tribes, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
Okay. So that is very correct. It's just a small portion. So I will not open the topic now, but when we come to discuss, we will see why don't we use the whole of the population? Why do we need to take just a small portion of it? Okay. There are so many reasons why we do that. So data collection, isn't it? So what is data? Let me just jump again. We have just sample or sampling. Then what is data?
Unprocessed information.
Set of information collected.
No. Data is not yet full information, isn't it?
Okay.
Data.
Yes.
Data is unprocessed processed what now? Something that's processed. Unprocessed connection.
Data are what? Just raw facts.
Then
isn't it?
Raw facts.
raw facts.
Hello, sir.
Hello.
Hello, Prof.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, please. Somebody has just been rejecting. He has been calling, so it was becoming a nuisance. I had to just take a few seconds, tell him that I'm busy. Okay. I was saying data. What is data?
Data is a raw fact.
Yeah, I've just said it.
Thank you.
Like you said,
That's what I said.
Unprocessed raw facts.
Is raw facts.
Unprocessed.
or analysis, or I mean, or statistics.
Okay. Figures are what? Figures
Numbers.
are data, isn't
Are
it?
just numbers.
Numbers, figures, even symbols. Okay? That are yet to be processed. When I say raw facts, what do I mean raw facts? For example, I say Suleiman Ladan is a male student, isn't it? Isn't
Yes.
it?
Yes, sir.
And I say maybe Dr. Nnenna, isn't it? It's a female student.
Yes, sir.
These are facts, isn't it? So
Yes,
I can
sir.
go on calling your name and assigning you male, female. That is data. But is that telling me anything?
Not much.
No.
But now when I come and group this data and say, okay, after counting, I say, okay, we have so male and so female. And if I change it again into percentage, okay, we have so percentage of male, so percentage of female. So now I'm transforming that data into what? Information, isn't it? So when we look at data as strictly, it's just raw facts or numbers or figures or symbols or whatever you call it. But when you process that data into something that will give us understanding, that is already information. Information is what? A processed data, isn't it? And that is why if you go to the next of what we have, after your data collection, you have to what? Come and what? Analyze it. The purpose of data analysis now is to come out with what? Information from the raw data you collected. If you go to the field, get this animal is positive for brucellosis, this one negative, this one positive, this one negative. It will just remain that forever. But by the time you come and say so population, okay, that is maybe preliminary processing. Just at a glance, it may be just grouping frequency and so on and so forth of their raw data. Then it will come, you will come out with what? Information. Then you do further and further and further analysis down to the lowest level you can possibly do, isn't it? Are we together, please?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
So after the data analysis, it means you have to what? Come and write a report. So technical report writing. That is now you are coming to put your project. So after the analysis and so on and so forth, we are going to take you through how you write what? A report. From raw data, from field data into what? A technical report, which is otherwise can be referred to as either your project, if you like it, isn't it? Or your thesis, or dissertation, or diploma, or whatever. Right?
So I have a question, sir.
Yes, please. Yes.
Between analysis and technical report, can we say there is a result first before technical report? After your analysis, you arrive at the result, then you write a report?
Data analysis?
I said after your analysis, won't you
Yes.
arrive at the result before report?
No, we'll talk about it, isn't it? Because when you talk of data analysis, it has also a subdivision.
Okay.
Isn't it? Because if you analyze your data, you have to even come to not only result but conclusion.
Yes.
Isn't it?
Okay.
It comes from the analysis. Oh, this
all those
is
before report.
Yes, of course. The outcome, the findings of your analysis, everything down to the conclusion is what you are coming to write as a technical report, isn't it?
Okay.
Okay. So as I said, all of these topics, they have subheadings, small subheadings, like the data. You can see what do you do first. If you bring raw data, the first thing you do is to regroup them, isn't it? Grouping of the data, however you want it, whether into male or female, positive and negative, young, old, isn't it? That's the first step. So even data analysis has some steps, the data processing and so on and so forth, up to now the result you obtain, and then the conclusion, including all your analysis. So this one is just the technical writing. So the data analysis is also very, very fundamental, because you can have the best of what data, but if you analyze it wrongly, it will just be like garbage in, garbage out. It won't bring the picture of your data, the proper result. So proper data analysis is very, very, very important in any scientific research. Okay. So the next thing, of course, you do your what? Technical writing, isn't it? Are we together?
Yes, sir.
So and then the final thing in anything, after you write it, you have to come and what? Make what? Scientific what? Presentation, isn't it? Whether it is a thesis or any other thing, after even producing it as a book, you have to come and make what? A presentation, either to defend it in form of external examination or whatever. Isn't it?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes. So, God willing, we are going to take all these things step by step. We are going to see how do you make a scientific presentation. And this thing, it can be, okay, that's why you have things like PowerPoint, isn't it? How do you make best presentation of your PowerPoints? Or is it just now there are so many ways, like what I'm doing also is a form of presentation. But at the end, you can make a presentation also before a crowd without any PowerPoint, isn't it? You make submission. So we are going to see how do you prepare yourself and your document for scientific presentation. The technical writing also, which more or less depends on the criteria or regulation of a particular body, but it will still come to one thing. You are going to give a report of the analysis of your data, which is the outcome of your data collection, which is the outcome again of concept of your research, and so on also. To backtrack, to get back to where we started. Okay, so basically, myself and Professor Kudi, these are some of the basic things we are going to, and I took time to give you this. If you can go and have a sort of a review, okay, a glance at some of these topics, so that when you come, we'll have a more fruitful discussion. It won't be just someone is just teaching or talking. Okay, we can have arguments. As I said, here there's no any monopoly of knowledge. And I said, I'm very sure a lot of you are very informed. Maybe you even teach some of these courses. So let's come and have a fruitful argument, exchange, and cross-breeding of ideas, so that at the end we'll add one or two skills in the little knowledge we have acquired generally. All right. So I think by and large, in a haste, because I must tell you, I was informed just maybe around 1 o'clock about all this. So, but hopefully, when we started, we'll have more argument, more sound discussion in all the topics. So I will see Professor Kudi and see how we share the topics, and then we continue, hopefully, the lectures smoothly. Okay. So I maybe in the next 5 minutes before we close, we can have maybe a small session of question and answers generally about what we discussed.
Okay. Any question? Discussion.
Any question, please? I can see one of my ogas there, Professor Ishola.
Okay. Hello, Prof.
Yes, please.
How do we take attendance in this class?
We are recording everything.
Okay, okay.
Yes, everything is
Okay,
being
fine.
recorded. So,
And
and
we
in
want
fact, they promise that they are going to deposit this in a particular place. So maybe later we can retrieve and show. So I don't know even how to do it, but the overall coordinator, I think they are monitoring everything. They are the one taking the attendance. You know, we have the technical team who are doing all these things.
Okay.
But I was assured that attendance is being taken. What I can only see here are just the figures. We have about 34 participants, and that's all. But
Okay.
we are recording. I'm recording everything. I'm recording everything personally.
Okay, sir.
But that question,
yes,
that
sir.
question didn't have anything.
Prof,
I said that question
I
didn't
just
have
want to,
anything to do with our
ask. Sorry, I just want to ask that as you're talking, we'll be taking our note, or you will give us material later to take.
The material is the PowerPoint. So that is why I'm saying when we will come to have the proper lecture, maybe when I put maybe data, I will try and give some keywords, even if not the full definition. But as in any scientific gathering, you may decide to be jotting some things, because the purpose of PowerPoint or this our presentation is to avoid the dictation or not giving. Okay, a PowerPoint is a verbal presentation. Actually, it's not something that you need to. So you can be taking note. And as I said, I'm sure they are going to keep this PowerPoint or the recording somewhere. So if you contact the organizers, the coordinators, they will tell you how to go about this. But the material is free. I'm sharing my own with all pleasure, the little I have, or I will present to you. Like yesterday's on, we had a discussion, and I think it is in the depository, which I don't know, but they said they will let us know later, so that you can even fall back and check. So that is about the note something, but nobody will give any other separate note. So you can be jotting and then going through the slides. Later, you can collect the PowerPoint from the coordinators.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes.
So, is Hussein Bakari there?
Yes.
Bakari, can you serve as our class rep, please? Please.
So it's like you are done with me, right?
Yeah, we need a class rep.
No questions.
I'm nominating you.
So okay. So I
think what
thank
will
you
happen.
so much.
I'm just coming into the class as a first timer, so you need somebody who is experienced to get to be the class rep. That's why I was even asking whether I belong to even the class or not.
But this voice sounds very familiar.
Yes, sir. It's Dr. Bakari from Kano.
Yalla bai. Har kun dawo daga wajen zaben ne. Where's the Konkosia present? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
It's really my pleasure.
Thank you very much, sir.
So next time, I hope we'll have a more fruitful interaction.
Yes,
I'm
bro.
sorry for the somehow
Thank
unorganized.
you very much, sir. Thank you, bro.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
So bye. Bye. Thank you very much.
So as I was saying.
Hey, Mukhtar Sabwa.
Mukhtar.
Hello? Sabwa. Mukhtar.
Maybe most of them are unmuted. Maybe we leave that to the next class. Hello?
Some people are supposed to have class by 3 to 5. Yeah, 4 is supposed to have class by 3 to 5. So they will need the classroom.
Most of the participants are unmuted.
Yes,
sorry,
we can hear you.
I say most of the participants are muted, so they can't hear.
What class?
Dr. Check can hear about the content.
What I'm saying, I'm in the first year.
Of attendance, because attendance is very I'm not sure the recording will capture this. If somebody can just take, I've done that, but as of yesterday, Dr. Teki, you were appointed, but even if you want to send it to someone else, just help us handle for today. So we don't miss today's attendance, please. Next class will
Okay, no problem. But you know, the class we attended yesterday was erroneous. This is our actual class.
Exactly, yes. This is our
It wasn't our class yesterday, but today, yes. Okay.
Yes.
And I want to appreciate Prof on behalf of the
yesterday as the information.
We attended the other lecture yesterday. It was really lively, and we enjoyed. The lecture is also interesting today. I believe we are in for better things.
Yes.
We're going to be better veterinarians after this course, I am sure. Thank you very much again, Prof.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, Prof.
So let's pick someone from the third year, please, to be the class rep.
Nominations, please.
Yeah, I nominated Bakari Husseini.
No, I said I'm in the first year. Let's get somebody from the third year, please.
Okay. Okay, no problem. I will volunteer.
I'm just
Let me volunteer.
Thank you, Dr. Teki.
So what's the name, please?
That should be Dr. Teki. That should be Dr. Teki, I guess.
Doctor.
What did you say? Teki is my name.
Teki is my name.
Oh, Teki. Take it from NDRI.
Sorry, the next class is about to start.
Yeah, that's right.
Let's take our discussion to our WhatsApp.
NDRI.
Yes.
Dr. Teki.
Yes.
I said, is this my boss from NDRI?
Yes, sir.
Hello, everyone. The next class is about to start.
I am from NDR. I don't know whether I'm your boss.
To the WhatsApp page.
Everybody talking.
I'm Dr. Bakari.
Please, this class, is it for year 3 or year 4?
I think you can sign up.
Is it for year 3 or year 4, the class?
The class is for year 4.
Okay, not for
3
us,
to 5.
right?
Yes, let's take our discussion back to the WhatsApp page.
Okay. Thank you. So those of us in year 3 should leave, right? Should sign out.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. We are leaving, man. Thank you very much.
So let's
Okay,
sign
thank
out.
you,
All
ma'am.
people in year 3. Thank you.
Sorry. Hello, good afternoon. Is anybody in the class?
Yes, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. You are welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. You are welcome. Is this year 4?
Yes, it's your fault.
Okay. 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 We have public health, hospital, practice administration. Is that the course we have 3 to 5 today?
Yes, it is.
Okay, fine. So my name is Olayinka Ishola. Can you see my screen?
Yes, you can see it, ma'am.
Yes. Okay. Oh, okay, fine. All right, great. So let's see how far we can go this evening. I don't know whether other people will join us. If I may ask, could you please introduce yourselves one after the other? Kindly introduce yourself.
I am Dr. Afola.
Dr.
Afolake Oluyide.
Okay, from which study
University,
center?
University of Ibadan. Study
Okay.
center.
All right, you're welcome. The next person?
And Dr. Salisu Jafaru from study Zaria.
Zaria, you're welcome. Sonny Zua. Okay. Okay. Next person that is available for this course. Okay, that means we are only 2.
Hello, I'm Dr. Teungwa from Study Center.
Dr. who?
Teungwa Iketu from UNN Study Center.
Okay, Iketu. IKE. IKE what?
YETOR, Iketu.
Iketu. Okay, from UNN. Okay, great. You are welcome. The next person. That's the first person now.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
My name is Judith Bakam. I'm from NV Arrival.
Okay, you are welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Do we have more people?
Hello, good afternoon. My name is
Okay, I think the network is disturbing. Okay. That's number 5. Do we have a number 6 there?
Hello, good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Your name,
Yes.
please.
My name is Melford Eswabom from UI Study Center.
UI Study Center. That's number 6. Number 7. Okay, I think it's
No, ma'am.
Dr. Umar has from University of Zaria.
Okay. Oh. You're welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hello, good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon.
Yes, ma. I'm Afolabi Bengashion.
Okay.
From UI Study Center too.
All right. You are most welcome.
Yes, ma.
Adam, wanga akwai wanda kai ma ta no da ya mata na just a notice.
Hamsin da bakwai.
Wadata na haske abin haske moto. Ya to da biyu da shi ɗayan kasuwa ne. Ana kai kan magana na
Ga wanga POS ne, to yanzu ya zai.
Kudin za su dawo. Bai to ka bar sami akan nan ba.
Bayan takarda. Gane. Ya ake ciki.
30,
81, 01, 58, 74.
Wa alaikum salam. Zainab din na kira ya ce an gani ya sauka. Kira ka. Ya ce an bari ya zo.
All right, so
wasted my time.
Okay, all right. So our first topic that we shall be considering this evening is titled Setting Up a Veterinary Hospital Laboratory Practice Premises. Can we hear?
You want me to transfer to this account?
Yes, you are.
See, some of you are still, some of you are unmuted. You need to mute yourself so that you can hear me clearly. Okay. I said that the topic for our discussion this evening is on setting up a successful veterinary hospital laboratory practice premises. That's what we shall be considering this evening. All right. You know, as much as I know, that as a veterinarian, if you want to wait for public job, government employment, is going to take a long time to really get one, particularly in this our generation at this time. I'm not talking of 20, 30 years ago, not 10 years ago. But now, the people that are in employment, they are not yet retired, though. Many of us are in government employment. Meanwhile, we are turning out new veterinarians every year, and they need to be gainfully employed too. They need to have a good job. So that's why it is important for us to talk about how to set up a veterinary practice or a veterinary hospital. Are you hearing me? Am I audible?
Yes, ma, you are.
Okay,
Yes,
great.
you are audible.
Yes, ma, you
Oh,
are.
we can't see your slides.
And I'm sharing my screen with you. It's
Yeah,
not
maybe
showing
you
over
have
there.
It's
I can
showing.
see the
It's
slide.
not on full screen.
It's not on full screen. Okay, well, let's see what we can do to adjust that.
I can see your side, so please.
Somebody
I
said
don't
it's
know.
not on full screen.
But
It's
actually,
not.
we're seeing here is I don't know whether they have a network problem there or the setting of his system.
Okay. Is it better now? Is it better? Can you see it better?
Yes, carry on, Mark. Carry on.
Okay. All right. So when one wants to start up, you want to start a new hospital, we're talking of veterinary hospital or a veterinary practice, or start a brand new one, starting afresh, or the person wants to take up from an existing hospital or a practice that is already, maybe the owner is retiring or the owner is signing out, is not interested in having that business anymore. So whether it is a veterinary hospital or it's a private practice, success in practice or hospital will not only come from delivery of effective veterinary medicine, but the reality is that the veterinary practice, particularly those providing small animal health care, they are increasingly competitive. They are in an increasingly competitive environment, whereby the veterinarian must not only be successful animal health care provider, but also a practice manager and also an entrepreneur. What I'm trying to say is that it is not enough that you know veterinary knowledge. It's not enough that we have DVM. We need to equip ourselves with other skills, with other knowledge base, so that we can be an effective business manager. We can have a practice that will be profitable. We need to be an entrepreneur anyway, so that we will not just be wasting our time saying, oh, I'm having a practice and nothing is forthcoming from it. So I just want us to look at this from the title of the course. It talks about veterinary hospital, it talks about laboratory, and then it talks about veterinary practice. So we need to know that these are three different entities. They are three different entities. When we talk about a veterinary practice, what do we mean? A veterinary practice could also be called a vet center, a vet surgery, a vet clinic, or sometimes an animal or vet hospital. Okay? And then in most cases, a vet practice is a small business. It's a small business and mostly privately owned. It is mostly privately owned, A vet practice can be either a small animal practice, large animal practice, mixed practice, and so on and so forth. Please, are you still hearing me? Because it's raining here heavily.
Yes, yeah, we can hear you, ma'am.
Okay, fine, good. Now, talking about veterinary hospital. A veterinary hospital is slightly different from a practice. Different in the sense that a vet hospital is an establishment, it's also a practice though, but it has all the facilities that are supposed to be present, including surgery, radiology, clinical pathology, laboratories, dispensary, pharmacy, as well as boarding facilities. There should be boarding accommodation. Ward accommodation is sacrosanct when you talk of a veterinary hospital. Another thing that is important in a veterinary hospital is 24-hour surveillance of patients. So you do not close your clinic, at 6 p.m. and you put a name tag, A and B veterinary hospital. You know, that is not fulfilling the condition for an hospital. For an hospital, there must be board accommodation, that is boarding facility, as well as 24 hours monitoring or surveillance of the animal patients. There may also be other differences. Now, the third one that I did mention is the laboratory, because the title is talking about laboratory. The laboratory is, of course, we all know what a laboratory is. That is where samples that are collected from either the practice or the hospital are sent to for further analysis in order to get more information as to the confirmatory diagnosis or whatever is the cause of the problem at hand. So they all work together. Like in an hospital, for example, you have a laboratory, okay? Then the title also talk about public health administration. We also have public health facilities like meat inspection, office, and so on and so forth. So we'll be looking at various ways. Okay. Can you see the screen? Are you seeing my screen?
Yes, ma'am. It's static.
Okay.
It's
okay.
not
What
moving.
are we seeing there?
It's just the first page, the first slide.
Public health hospital administration.
I've changed the slide. The slide that I have now is a picture.
Yes, we can see it. We can see it.
Yes, ma'am, we can see it.
Hello? Hello?
Yes.
Please, can you put it on PowerPoint mode? It's not actually on PowerPoint mode. That's why it's not moving. So can we please put it on PowerPoint mode?
All right. Now it's on PowerPoint mode. Is it better over there? Can you see it more clearly? It's already on PowerPoint mode.
Okay, we are seeing it. Only that
it's not my. You need to put it on full screen. Just go down. You see a space there, and click full screen.
For all the attendees, we can also increase it by ourselves using the screen. We can enlarge it as we want it to be to look like.
Yes, we can do
but
that.
the issue, it will be easier for her to move the slide if it's on full screen.
No, they want me to put it on. Okay. Okay, the way it is now, are you seeing it better?
We can see it. Just carry on, ma. Carry on.
All right, so let's just do something today. Hopefully by next week, maybe it will get better. All right, bear with me, please. All right. So there are many things that we need to consider when we talk about setting up either a public health, a veterinary hospital, or a veterinary practice premises. There are many things to consider. I'm just going to mention a few in this class. You can always add more to the information that we are going to be supplying in the course of our classes this session. All right. So the first thing that we want to talk about is that we need to know our vision and mission. When a veterinarian is thinking of starting a veterinary practice or starting a laboratory or a hospital, the person needs to come up with what we call vision and mission. All right. So the vision has to be written down. You put it in writing, write down the size, the look and feel, the quality of medicine that you want to offer, and then what specialty that you want to provide, and what type of clients that you'll be attending to. You know, somebody may say it's a mixed practice. It's fine if that's what you want to do. Otherwise, you have to put it clearly. Either it's a small animal practice or large animal practice, and then what kind of service exactly do you want to render? It should be written down. Then the vision will impact every facet of the launch process, you know, right up to the grand opening. Is the starting point, thinking, conceptualizing what you have in mind. Once the vision is written down, either you write it on a paper or you put it on the laptop, you must be looking at it almost on a daily basis. You share it with your friends, with staff members, with other team of professional advisors. You discuss it with some of your trusted colleagues. I mean trusted colleagues. This is what I have in mind. This is the kind of thing I want to do. Some of them would also give you some useful tips or suggestions. They may say, oh, why don't you locate it here? Why don't you consider adding this or that to this kind of a thing you want to do? So that's how it starts. And then we said you are going to write it down. So I got this template of a hospital vision. You can see the source. It's from Pet Care Animal Hospital, Lagos. This was the vision. When Dr. Abiade presented a seminar to us in Ibadan a couple of years ago, he told us that his own vision, the practice vision, is to be an integrative veterinary medical facility offering compassionate, preventive medical and surgical care to patients. You can see it's fully loaded. Every word here, by the time we open it up, it may take some hours to really expatiate on it. But it's a deliberate statement. Look at this. It's talking about, like now it says, integrative veterinary medical facility. So it's not saying that, oh, this is just going to be a standalone. It integrates other things. It will have accessories, it will have laboratory, it will have other things that we are going to be putting together. That's why it is integrative. And the next word is compassionate. Compassionate preventive medical and surgical care. Look at that. When a client sees this, he or she will be motivated to want to come to your clinic or practice, because they say, oh, this person in this place, they will be compassionate with my animals. And then their focus is not just on any kind of veterinary medical service, but they are deliberately focusing on preventive medicine. How do we prevent disease? We don't need to allow all our animals to get sick before we get paid. You can do more preventive medicine and you are still profitable. Then the second arm of their vision is also surgical care. So depending on what you want to specialize on, you put it in writing. And then what is the mission? The mission are the smaller bits, the ways by which the vision will be accomplished, how we intend to accomplish our vision. The vision is the overall big goal, but the smaller ways of accomplishing our vision is the mission. And so they have to yeah, I guess some of these things are not showing. Okay. The first mission is that our goal is to be a world-class veterinary medical facility to provide excellent care to our pets with compassion, integrity, and what? Competence. So you can see, yes, competence. So you and I, if we want to start a new clinic, a new hospital, we'll just sit down. We can review past vision, mission by others. Then you now see which is the area that I really want to focus upon. That's what you will put in your own. See, in their own, they are focusing on pets, pet care, compassionate, integrity, and then competence. So there will be need for development. I may need to go faster because where I am, I may have to leave soon. Sorry. Then the second goal, the second mission for pet care, I'm using pet care as a study case, is we are dedicated to clients' education, preventive care, honest communication, and service. Okay. So these are some of the things. The starting point is your vision and mission. And then the next thing, please, are you still seeing the slide?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
Okay. All right. So the next thing is prepare a business plan. Prepare a business plan. And that is a major topic in this course. It is one of the topics that we are going to be considering later on as we go on in this particular course 821, VPM 821. But just for us to know that when we want to have a new hospital or you want to have hospital premises, it's important that you do a business plan. And in this case, what should be considered include the type of clinic or practice that one intends to operate, the size of the operation. Is it a small scale or a large scale? What of the staffing, the type of staff needed, veterinarians, and we are still going to look at that staff, different staff that will be working in our premises or in the practice we operate. I'm going to take that much later, maybe in 1 month's time. Then the next one is services. What services will be offered? Honestly, it's important to be clear in our mind. We may not be able to say, oh, I want to do everything together. By the time we put too many things together, then it will be confusing to you as an entrepreneur. It's better to start small. Of course, you can always expand your practice or hospital. Then what is the marketing plan? How do you intend to sell your products? The veterinary service is a product. How do you intend to market it? How do you intend to attract clients, that is the owners of pets and so on? How do you intend to attract them to your practice? How do you get funds for your business to start up and to continue? Then all this will be talking about mock deeply as we go on in the course. The third point for us to note when setting up a veterinary practice or hospital or even laboratory, although most of my lecture today will be focusing more on hospital and practice. I'm talking less on laboratory today. So please take notes, all right? Are you hearing?
Yes, we are hearing, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am.
Beautiful.
Can hear you clearly.
Okay, great. So you want to consider this set of people, professional advisors. You know, we don't want to assume that we know it all and we can do it all. So what we need to do is there will be a need to secure the services of a team of professionals in order to open a veterinary practice or hospital. That is, people that we need to seek out for would include lawyers in form of either attorney or solicitor. You will need a real estate agent to secure premises, the location for the premises. An architect may be consulted, an accountant, financial lender, bank manager, and so on and so forth, insurance broker, etc. All this you need to get in touch with them. And you will ask, what do I need to do with them? That would be the necessary question. Okay, the choice of these professionals should be made with care. You know, some people would just go online. Okay, I need a new architect or an estate agent. You Google search an estate agent in my area. You type your area. Maybe you are in Ibadan or you are in Zaria. You see a long list of estate agents or whoever. They are always there, but you don't know who is who. So it's you have to be careful so as not to fall into the hands of, do we call them 419? I don't know, but it is better. So yeah, it is better to engage people through recommendation from other people that have either used them in the past or that know them. So that's why my last bullet is saying the most valuable recommendations will come by word of mouth from other self-employed people that are either in your area or that can be recommended, because it shows that they must have used them and they know that these are people, one, that can deliver, two, that have integrity. Otherwise, you may give money to somebody, oh, I met online, Facebook, Twitter, and so on, and then the person collects your money and disappears. The number is not going again. What are you going to do? What are you going to do now? So please take care when choosing people to work for you, even when you need their service. All right. Then the next thing is, okay, now you need bank manager. Bank manager as an example of professional advisors. I know that I said we need many of them, but I'm picking up bank manager deliberately now. In securing loans for your business, you need to consult your bank manager so as to negotiate loans, loan terms of loans, as well as terms of repayment of such loan. At what percentage are they giving the loan out? All this will be trashed out, or will be sorted out with your bank manager. Then the next point is, it's important that your private account and business accounts are separate. You should not model them together. Don't open just one account and say, yes, this singular account that I have with UBA, I will use it for my clinic, I'll use it for my personal account. It is not the best. All right. The better thing for you to do is to open separate accounts, either the same bank or, better still, separate banks. Separate banks in the sense that something may happen on a day that bank A is not functioning again, or they say something affected them. Look at all these the recent events, cash crunch. The recent cash crunch, courtesy of Emefiele, that happened to all of us few weeks ago. Some banks were not opening at all. Some were opening, they were giving 5,000 per day. Some 2,000. Some you can go and explain to the bank manager and they will be reasonable enough to give you audience and give you something. Do you get? Now, imagine if you have put all your eggs in one basket, all your accounts in one bank, as well as one separate, just one account. That would have stiffened the success of that practice or business. So you move your account to another bank. If your bank does not meet up to your expectation, competition is the order of the day. If you open to bank A and they are just behaving like, I don't want to be mentioning names of banks. There's no trouble. Don't fight them. Just leave them and open to another bank that will give you better service for your money. Are you with me? Are you still with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, the next thing is secure funding. Secure funding. Because to open a new practice premises, new clinic, new hospital, new laboratory, you will need a lot of money. So you need fund in order to start up this business. And where do we get funds from? There are various places where funds can be obtained. It may be from your own personal savings. It's possible. It is just that personal savings may not be large enough, So in that case, you may need other people to supplement you. It may be a family member giving you money. You want to partake in your business, maybe your partner. You may have a partnership, A and B, you and your friend, and you pull your resources together. Or financial institutions, banks, microfinance banks, etc. And then I have a small question that says, how much will you need to start up a small clinic in your location now? Can we answer that? Is it easy to answer? Hello?
No, it's
yes.
It's
Roughly. Can we
But
have a
you-
rough estimate?
I don't have a rough estimate. You need to do feasibility studies depending on where you are, the cost of an outlet, where you want to locate the shop. And that a small veterinary clinic shouldn't cost you much. But the cost of the outlet, the major things, then you may need to put in place some facilities such as running water and waste protocols.
Okay. Thank you very much. May I know who just tried to answer my question? Your name, please. Huh?
Oh, Dr. Afolake.
Okay, Olide Afolake. Okay, great. Afolake. So, probably, can we just take it home and do business with this? Can we take it home and do business with it?
All right, ma'am.
Okay, fine. Thank you. All right.
Okay,
I will
ma'am.
ask again. No, I'll still ask you again. If I don't ask in class, I will ask at another time that you cannot even ask me. Ah, madam, what are you saying now? I said, I've already shown you this thing before. But please, let's look into it more critically. I'm sure it's going to be a huge sum. I mean, considering the level of inflation in the country now. Okay, so we are making progress. Now, the next thing is talk about location. Location for the business. Suitable location is needed in order to have a good veterinary practice premises. I mean, talking about the premises, we are already talking location. Where will it be? This is talking about where. The one of fund is talking about how much do I need. But this one is saying, where will I locate my business? So some of the questions to ask is, will you operate out of an existing building? Maybe somebody is ready to give you an already existing building. You may need to do some renovation, you know, to bring it to your taste. Or are you going to build afresh a new facility from the ground up, starting from land breaking, buying land, doing foundation, and so on, bringing it up to the final level, whatever, whether it's an hospital or clinic or laboratory. The third one is, are you going to lease or purchase a clinic location? Maybe somebody already has one. Are you going to lease it, use it for 20, 50 years? You pay something or you buy it off that person. Maybe the person is relocating. Like many people are relocating from Nigeria in the spirit of Japai. Japai, people are Japai now. I don't know the English of Japai, so don't ask me, please. So when you purchase a new clinic location, now, so these are the various options for us to get a suitable location for our premises. And then some may even say, all these things, number 1, 2, 3, I don't have money to afford it. I cannot afford it. So the next thing is, what can you afford? That's the option 4, mobile veterinary clinic. Like some of our young graduates nowadays, like when somebody says, I don't have a job, I say, are you really serious? You can start with mobile veterinary clinic. You only need your pack. What do we call that? Ambulatory pack, and your phone, your handset, so that you can communicate, contact clients. And with some of the software that are being developed, is it mobile something? This one by Dr. Akweb, that will help you to connect clients. So you can always have clients come in, and then you go quickly and attend to them. So there are various locations, but while picking either of these locations, we need to consider one, cost and benefit. How much will it cost me to start? Any option you choose will have its own advantages or pros and cons. Let me see. Do you have the fund? And then are you getting the benefit immediately or long term? Can you tie that money down now to build a new clinic premises, to have a building of your own? Or would it not be better for you to rent somewhere, to live somewhere that you pay small and start your business, so that when your business has, become well established, you can now save money and then build a wonderful structure that you love to call your own eventually. Then it's important to also make sure to look for location where your clients can easily locate you. Access for your client base with regards to a convenient location with sufficient parking capacity, it's important. If you have a whole massive building in a remote area where there are few clients or elites living in that area, and you want to operate small animal practice, that will not be making much sense. You understand? It will not help you, because you would have invested so much in terms of your building facility, but no more clients, because it's a low, the location is not suitable. So it's not just that we look for a house. You must be able to associate the kind of location to your clients. What are the like you look for an area where your clients are staying or close to where they are residing. Your clients must not be far from your location. That's the point I'm trying to emphasize. I hope it is clear.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Okay. Oh, sorry. Okay, so the next thing is the next thing is to obtain operating documents, regulatory approvals, and licenses. As a veterinarian, it's important for us to get all the necessary documents before starting off our practice. Like if you want to be selling some specific drugs, dispensing some, what do they call them, prescription drugs and so on, narcotic drugs, then you must get the narcotic license from the federal or state government. You also must have your annual practicing license before you can even practice as a veterinarian. Of course, that is done annually. NAFDAC, you must comply with NAFDAC regulation, pay all the state fees and all other things that you need to do. That must be done. Then the next thing is develop a marketing plan. In this case, we are saying that creating a marketing plan is a key step, it's a major step in the process. So some veterinarians may not be well equipped in this. You may ask people in marketing, people in business administration, or marketing professionals to assist to put up a marketing plan. Or if you are employing a practice manager, such a person should also be knowledgeable in getting a marketing plan. All right. I'm trying to move faster. Then the next thing is purchase equipment and supplies. You know, most of our activities will need one or more equipment or the other to be able to render efficient services. Okay, once the location is secured and all necessary permits have been acquired, and then the next thing is for us to make sure to get a number of supplies, medical equipment, laboratory instruments, and so on and so forth. Of course, you cannot get all of them at the same time. It is not when we are just starting up our business that all the equipment in this world that we are going to get. No, business is not done like that. You have to start with the most essential, the basic equipment needed. All right? The basic equipment needed is what should be obtained first. Okay. Then it says some clinics may choose to offer pet food, pet supplies, and all these. There are additional things that we can be doing along with the basic consultation and taking care of animal health in order to improve our profit level. Okay. When setting up a laboratory, the specific equipment needed for the kinds of analysis and diagnosis to be done will also be stocked. So one by one, as you are making profits, as money is coming in, you are looking at, oh, what's the next important equipment? Of course, the one that will enhance our diagnosis, the one that will enhance our service to the client, those are the ones that we should go for. And then gradually we'll be getting better, and then we are able to render efficient and effective services. All right. The next point to note, number 9, is to hire employees. Sometimes, of course, you may start alone. Most of vet entrepreneurs, most of our colleagues that have veterinary clinics, practice, hospitals, talking about either Dr. Gane Nahoro, Ganrovet, or Pet Care, Dr. Abiade, or other people, Those are the two names that readily come to mind. They must have started alone. They must have started solo. But you know, as you go on in this business, you are going, and you are doing it right, of course, you will need more people to support, to join you in the work, so that you can be, you can focus more in the duties, on the duties of a veterinarian. All other little things, you can get other people to fit in for you, so that there will be less distraction for you as an entrepreneur. So hire employees. Hiring employees can be exhausting process for the veterinarian. So some people even choose the services of employed agencies. These are human resource people. They will help you to hire those that can do your work for you. So the vet has to determine the number of veterinarians, the veterinary technician, receptionists, etc., that will be added to the practice. Of course, all this that we are saying, it's all about naira and kobo. So you may get a receptionist first to join you. As you're making progress, you may add other categories. You may add other categories of workers to join your practice. The 10th one is contract of employment. Now that we want to employ new people, we want to add more employees to our workforce. So the terms, when doing the employment interview, the terms of employment may simply be those stated at the interview, or they may be set out in a letter offering the job to that person. When we employ anybody, one has to state in clear terms the terms or contract of employment, what you are employing the person for, the kind of duties the person will do, how much you will pay the person. Everything must be spelled out clearly. It's better to write it down, so that as the person is working with you, if there's any issue, maybe you ask the person, go and do this, and the person say, no, I'm the guy in charge of the records, I'm the accounting officer, I cannot carry this. Hey, so what are you going to do? You have hired somebody that is bigger than you now. So the next thing is, probably you let the person check the letter of appointment, because it must be stated there the kind of job he or she must have been employed for. And sometimes they will even put and any other duties allocated to you by your, maybe the CEO or the manager or whoever. So it's important to state it in clear terms. Then the next one is insurance. Insurance. This is a way of handling risk, because certainly everything we do is laden with risk. When you have a business, there will be, there is possibility of risk of many things, risk of theft, risk of fire accident, risk of burglary. Even if you have a poultry or you have animals that you're raising, risk of disease, etc. Hence, it is important to insure, to do insurance. And there are various levels of insurance policies. There's employers insurance. There's also public liability insurance. There's motor insurance for the vehicles that are being used on the farm or on the practice. There is personal permanent health insurance for your, personnel. This is for your staff. You may enroll there. Currently, we have NHIS and so on. You discover that this may be cheaper than for you to be paying just for one clinic every time. So insurance may be a better way of, making sure that the business does not collapse because of little accident or little problem. All right. And there is also life insurance. So you choose the one that is best suited for your hospital or practice. The next thing is record keeping. Are you still hearing me?
Yes, ma'am.
Are we
Yes,
still in
ma'am.
class? We are still in class, I believe. Great. Fine. So the next thing is record keeping. It's important to keep proper records of all your hospital or practice financial transactions, either in a ledger or computer. Of course, there are different types of record to be kept. You have a business record, you have employer's record, employers with employees record, we have a medical record, we have financial record. Some of them are not here, but we all know that all these levels of record exist and they must be properly taken care of. All right, talking about financial records, you may want to use a computer these days because it will help you to keep it for a longer time, and it also allows for better analysis of the data. If you put it in a ledger, probably it's just to back up. A book, hardcover book, is not the only way, the only place to keep such record. Any vital information with you, you must at least keep it in a computer system and with backups for it though, because computer can crash at any time. Okay, so all this information needed, like financial information, will be needed by the accountant to analyze and prepare the practice annual accounts and so on, to check whether your practice or hospital is operating at a profit or loss. It may also help you to detect pilfering. Some of the staff might have been taking the money without your notice. They will sell some of the things you are selling in your clinic, but they will not remit money. It is when you keep proper record of your stock, you will know that you bought 50 packets of this. Now we are left with 30. But the record of payment is saying that only 10 have been sold. So where is the remaining 10? So you know who to grab. So it's important we keep records, proper records, and you review it. All right? Then, in order to manage the practice efficiently, you will also need the following records to be taken. I mean, you need a day book. Like you have a book to record people that visit, you have an appointment book, people that come, or you put someone on appointment that you want to do a surgery this particular day, you must document it. All right. Then we have telephone people to record telephone messages, stock book, stock control book. As they are coming in and going out, we are still going to be looking at all this in details, the record or so on and so on. Let's just move now. Still on record. Let me go. So the next one is tax payment. Tax payment. Are you there? So as a veterinarian, either working with a laboratory, or we have hospital premises, or we have established our own personal private practice, it is important that we pay tax. So I know most people in Nigeria don't pay tax, but it is not good for us. It's not good. The payee system is what is being deducted for employees in Nigeria, like people working in public institutions, government establishments. The government uses payee, pay as you earn, to deduct our tax for the employees and the staff of the offices. So we are also advising that even when we have our own private practice, we should make sure that we pay our tax so that we don't get harassed, we don't get embarrassed, because I think it's an offense, failure to pay tax. Then the next one is fee structuring. Fee structuring, that is, how do you put prices on your services? All right. So before you decide on your practice fee scales, it is worth finding out the level of fees which are charged by the neighboring practices around you. You may want to do that. Just do a quick spot check. Vet clinic 1, 2, 3 in your neighborhood. You may want to have an idea of how much they are doing a particular service. Although there are still ways by which we can calculate and estimate fees to be charged. We are still going to do that as one of the topics slated for this particular course. But I'm sounding this note of warning to us that we should not do not price yourself out of business, out of work, before you have built for yourself your own reputation. Also, do not start by undercutting your neighbors, as this has a long-term effect of lowering standards and quality of service. These are two things in one sentence. The first part of this sentence is saying that don't overprice, don't overcharge. All right? Let people know you first now. Don't put too high prices first. You need to, gain clients. You see most of these products that they sell in the market. When a new product is coming to the market, something is peculiar to it. Can somebody tell me regarding the price? Is it usually more expensive than other similar products or less expensive? Let somebody unmute and tell me.
Usually cheap.
It's usually cheap. Do you know why they do that? It's a strategy. It's just to win us, to win the buyers. Like me, when I go to market, if I see Omo, I see what are their names now? Many names. Wow, this detergent. I see Sunlight. I see there's another one they gave me. Is it VIP or PIP or something? I asked the woman selling. She gave me price range. I said, this time, wait, there's no cash now. So I went for the cheapest. And funny enough, it was working well. So when you just start your practice, you don't go too high. And at the same time, I'm telling us, you need to balance it. Don't say, okay, she vet practice A is doing anti-rabies at 2.5. And the other man there is doing their own at 3,000. We are going to get all their customers. Let's go to 1,000. How will you break even? How much are you even buying the vaccine? Are you not going to use needle and syringe? Are you not going to pay your staff? Are you not going to pay for the shop or the place, the premises? So what we are saying is, don't go too low, don't go too high. So we need to find the midpoint, the level. But how do we achieve this level? We are going to see it much later as we progress in this course. Not today. Then, okay, this one is saying you can calculate your hour rate and the appropriate markups on drugs and vaccine, and then you can prepare a detailed in the reception area or available to show clients on request. Okay, this one is saying after you have used various markups to calculate how much you should render, like how much is my castration, how much will we be doing castration, how much are we doing vaccination and anti-rabies vaccination, how much is DHLPP, how much is this and that. You can do it and write it, type it. You can even laminate it and put it at the reception area, so that when clients come to your clinic or to the hospital, it will be easy for them to just look and see your price tag. They say how much you do your services. That's one way. Or if they ask, you can show them. It's important they know how much you go. Otherwise, they'll be begging you, please now, let me pay 500 now. They will start practicing. What do we call it? They'll start haggling on prices to pay, negotiating, begging you to go need to know how much you put on your service. Then the next point to note is stationery and practice literature, because we are going to need some things that will facilitate our service delivery, that will make it easier for clients to quickly relate with us. It will also make our service to be more effective. Some of this stationery that will be needed or practice literature include letterheaded paper. If you have money to do it, so I'm not saying that the day you start your practice, you are going to do letterheaded paper. That's not the first thing. But as you are getting it and you are making profit, you may now be dedicated to make your service to be on point. So you can have headed paper, invoice books, or pad. This one is important because as they come in, whatever service you have rendered, you are going to put all the estimates, write the invoice to your client. The invoice is not the receipt, it's for them to know how much the cost of the services is, or if they have bought anything, everything. This is how much you are going to pay. Then you also have receipts to issue on payment for whatever service that you render. A consent form, like you want to conduct surgical operation, please fill the consent form. Appointment cards, vaccination certificates, booster reminders. All these are key. Vaccine certificates, vaccination record, debt collection letter. That's if you allow debt to. Some people say they are coming. This network is not going. I've been trying to transfer the money. But you know now there's no cash and they have to transfer. But the network is not going and you have treated the dog. So what are you going to do? What are we going to do now? Let somebody tell me. You have rendered service to your client. What are you going to do? Network is not going. No cash. You let the person go. Of course, you will write it. You will document it. You get the details of that person. Account details, the phone number, and as many things you can get. And call back so that they can pay whatever. And then we have account forms, labels for bottles or drug or containers, and so on. There are many things under this. But as many as one can afford, as the practice is working. But if it's a standard hospital, these are part of the planning things. I mean, things to plan along. You know, an hospital could either be for the government or private hospital. We have private veterinary hospitals. So these are things we plan along that we need to have this as we start up. Okay. Then you can also publish some brochure to say some things about the practice, the personnel, the mission, and all the other things that we have mentioned under that. It's also useful. That is, if you have a practice brochure or leaflet or a brochure, we say some things about what the service stands for, the vision, the mission. And so it's also important that you don't forget these two most important notices for the waiting room and where reception area. The first may be no smoking. That's if you don't want them to smoke around that area. But some of us, we don't really mind. But it may bring for decency. The next thing is, please pay cash at the time of treatment. But you know now that Nigeria is going through cashless policy, we may just delete the cash aspect of it and say, please pay. The important thing is to pay, whether cash or transfer. Please pay at the time of rendering service. Now, advertisement. Advertisement is an area that we may not be able to say much on because in Nigeria presently there's a regulation in our veterinary acts. I mean, what is it? Ethics that says we are not supposed to advertise veterinary practices. I think the important thing is don't be saying that your own practice is better than the next person's practice. But I do not think the ethics says you cannot say that you have this practice here and you want people to patronize. However, in the United Kingdom, the Royal College has relaxed its rules on advertisement restriction, and therefore there is considerable more scope for individual practitioners to spend more money on advertising, whether on local newspaper, radio, or television. Okay, and veterinary vet clinics will also consider the use of what now? Social media is the order of the day. So you can have social media accounts, either WhatsApp or Twitter, Instagram, etc. Direct mail advertising, local magazine advertisement, radio, TV coverage, etc. And so, but the important thing is don't overblow the service you render, and don't condemn another person's practice. Just be modest in telling people the kind of service you render. Now, who to inform? Remember our topics. Building, that's why I'm taking us more than the building. Setting up a practice premises or hospital premises is more than the physical building, although the building is part of it, but you must look at it in a holistic manner so that you don't just have your own building and then nobody is patronizing you. So that's why we are looking at it in a holistic manner like this. And when we are asked, of course, in exam, you are going to tell me more than I'm giving you. All right? So who to inform? When you have just established a new practice, you have just opened your new clinic or a new veterinary hospital or a new private laboratory, who do you tell? It may be necessary. Of course, we are not for saying it's compulsory. It's not compulsory, but it may be necessary for you to inform the local police that are close to your practice so that they will know you are there, and then you can establish a good working relationship. Because sometimes you may be closing late. When you close late, they will not come and harass you. They know that, oh, it is Dr. Mustafa that is operating there. We know him. He's a very reputable person, and so on and so forth. So contact you also need, in addition to telling the police, number 2, you may need to contact manufacturers, drug companies, drug marketers, product marketers, etc., so that you will encourage their sales rep to visit your clinic or your practice or lab to sell some of the products to you directly. When they are selling to you directly, you are having a benefit, an advantage of cutting off the middlemen. When you cut off the middlemen, you will get it at a cheaper price. So your cost of rendering service will be cheaper. So it will now make your profit level to be higher. Make arrangements with a veterinary wholesale company who can provide you with reliable services and fair discount on your purchases. Offer your service. Another level of who to inform. You may also need to offer your services as a veterinarian or as a speaker to farmers club, to farmers association, to schools and people in your landlord association. Offer your service. Don't be too rigid. It is when you go there and you offer service, they know, oh, so he's a veterinary doctor, she's a vet doctor, and she has a practice at this place. Okay. When their animal needs veterinary attention, they will easily remember you because you have also added value to their lives. Another point is to open the practice or hospital or the laboratory. Once everything is in place, the final step is to open the doors and make sure that members of your community know that you are open for business. Some people will say the first day we are opening, the first few animals that come will be treated maybe at a discount. If we are not able to say free, you can say at a discount. So, and you know that Nigerians, we love cheap things, we love free things. So, me, I'll carry my dog, oh, they're opening this. You know, these are ways of really relating. And then as you start up your premises, you begin business and people will know you and you can break even. So if a good marketing plan is in place, you should be well on your way to establishing a successful veterinary practice or clinic. Now, there are still a few other slides. I think, yeah, I still have a few more. There are other considerations that we should also note. The first one is the practice of hospital. Hello, are you there? Are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
Hello? Okay, fine.
Hello. Yeah.
Okay, fine. Fine.
Loud and clear.
So, other things that we need to know, particularly relating to the premises. Now talking more on the premises, the practice or the hospital or the laboratory premises. It is important that the premises must be noticeable, must be prominent, and must be in a good state of repair. That is, where you are going to put that location will be somewhere that people can easily notice it, they can see it, and then when they come in, it will be a good place to see. I mean, some years ago, there used to be a veterinary clinic on the way to my home, my house, where I live here. The person, I guess the person was just starting up. The person used plants, so to just do like a bucateria plant. Even bukas, they don't do plants anymore. The person just used pako. In Yoruba, we call it pako. I don't know what they call it in other languages. But these are wooden plants, just put together, and then that's the veterinary clinic. Do you think that kind of a veterinary clinic will attract more people? And even if it does, you can imagine the caliber of people that will be attracted to such. Personally, you will not see me there. So what are we saying? Get a standard location. Get a constructed place. I'm not saying get the most expensive location. No, but the decent location is key. It should be a block house, brick constructed, not wooden planks thing like that. No. Then it must also be obvious to the public that the building is in fact a veterinary clinic. When you start up your premises, let there be a signboard. Put a signboard or a signpost to show that what you have, it's a veterinary clinic or a laboratory or a surgery. I'm sure most of us will see human medical hospitals. When we are driving, we see their big signboard. This is a surgery. This is a private hospital. This is this. They put it clearly. So we should be bold enough to display the type of practice we operate so that it is easy for everyone to see. You may even put some pictures They can help you to draw some pictures of the kind of animals that you are welcoming to the clinic. Then it's important that ample and well-signed car parking space is available. I know this may not be immediately easy for all of us, but if you can get a good parking space for your clients, it will be a side attraction to some people. Because some people say, no, I can't just leave my vehicle on the main road. So you can think about this. Then the entrance and the waiting rooms should be bright, clean, and free of odor, welcoming and interesting. They should not enter the premises and start covering their noses, because of the rat that died in your practice some days ago. Veterinarians. So please let us take note. All these they may sound very funny, but they are very key. They are very important. So the next level of consideration is the receptionist. I know we are still going to talk more about the different employees, the workers in a clinic, but we can quickly do this if time permits. I think we still have some 30-something minutes. Now, for you to get a receptionist, this calls for careful selection. The choice of a receptionist should be done carefully. And she or he is one of the most important members of the practice, of the hospital, of the laboratory, of the public health organization, that must like people as well as like animals. If you look at the way I put it, it is deliberate. It is deliberate. You are better off with a female receptionist than a male. I'm not saying that male is not good, but for that duty of caring, Okay, so the next bullet says she must be trained to greet clients by name as if she knows them. And of course, she also needs to greet their pets. So she must greet their pets very well, which indeed with time will be the case. When you have a receptionist, she must be welcoming, she must be warm. She needs to greet that pet. Honestly, even if that pet, if the dog is looking somehow, it is not from her mouth that you say, why is this dog looking haggard? No. She needs to welcome them. She needs to make sure that both the clients and the patient, they feel at home in your practice, in your laboratory. So the client and the pet should be asked through to the consulting room by name. So when calling both the owner of the animal or the animal to come to the consulting room, to come so that the doctor can attend to them, it should not be you, this. No. You need to, the receptionist should know their name and call Mrs. A and B or Mrs. Ige. Please, can you come in, please? Like, there was a time I was in the I think in Germany, and I had malaria, and I went to their hospital. They gave me too much respect. Frau Isholabite, I said, is it really me that you are respecting, or the money in my pocket? And the same thing repeated itself at another location. So in developed countries, it is not to downgrade your client, but to make them feel esteemed, make them feel wanted. So thus, when she welcomes them, it will now establish the fact that the practice veterinarian doing many duties together. This is okay. We know that can happen when one is just starting. But as time goes on in the practice, what happens? You are likely to have made some more clients, you are bringing in some profit margin, and then you can, at this time, add more people to your employee so that you have people to assist you some of those less demanding area of the activity, and you can now focus on the aspect that only you as a veterinarian can do, So I have this, I don't know whether it's my slide, it's actually my last slide. This one is saying assignment, setting up a veterinary laboratory, hospital, lab premises, equipment, staff. Okay. So what are the kind of equipment that may be needed? What are the kind of staff? Of course, some of these things we are going to be trashing them in our subsequent lectures. We are going to be working more on some of these aspects of the work, because when you set up a premises, you need to know the kind of equipment to put there. We also need to know the kind of staff to engage. I just paraphrased on staffing. We are still going to come to talking more on staffing. And then for the laboratory premises, some of those details that I gave today, some will be relevant to laboratory, whereas some will require, there will be some areas that we need to put in more emphasis, like laboratory. I hope maybe by the time I come in with my subsequent lectures, I may be able to say some things on the laboratory, setting up a laboratory. What are those things that may also be needed? Okay. So, do we have questions? Questions, please, or comments? Hello? Hello?
Hello.
Yeah.
Yes. Do we have questions from this afternoon's lecture?
Hello, ma'am.
Hello, I'm with you.
Okay, the lecture has been interesting. It is very clear. We hope that we'll get the slides so that we'll read more and we'll do more research on it. But from my own, it's been clear.
All right. Okay, well noted. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, ma, for the
yes, please.
lectures.
Yeah.
And it's been very enlightening. Nevertheless, like my colleague just said, I think it would be good if we can have the slide so that we can go through and also dig deeper into some. Thank you very much.
Okay. Well noted. Well noted for slides. All right. Any other question? Is there any other contributions? Please, we can also get more information from you. It's not just one way kind of a teaching. We all are professionals here, right? There's nobody on this platform without DVM. So we are all professionals. Are there other points that you think we can add to this, particularly maybe on laboratory aspect or any of those aspects, even the public health institutions? Is there any other thing that we can add to it to make it more robust? People that are working in public health institutions, government employee, ministry people, public health people, where are you on this platform? Don't let me mention your name, so. Okay. Oh, yeah.
Well, I work with the Benue State government. In terms of laboratory, I wouldn't say we have laboratories, so to say. Our clinics have been reduced more to, our hospitals have been reduced more to clinical services and sometimes a little bit of surgeries. And the laboratory component has been off completely.
Oh, we're not hearing. No, you may need to come again.
Okay, I say I work with Benue State government, and from our own end,
yes,
the clinics are more or less like standalone. We don't normally have a laboratory component to it. If we do laboratory services, most of the times we'll move either to the teaching hospital, the vet teaching hospital, to University of Agriculture, or we send samples to NDRI born. But on most occasions, we do clinical diagnosis.
Okay. So you don't really do much of the confirmatory diagnosis?
We don't, unless on severe cases, in cases of rabies, and where the times demands for such, or other where we send the samples out.
Okay, all right. But it's important to know more than what you are doing there. And I hope that this particular course will be able to furnish you with more that you need to know regarding public health institutions, setting up a laboratory or even a private practice. All right?
Okay.
Okay. Please, we need more comments from us. More
thank you,
comments.
ma.
Please
yes,
introduce yourself.
Okay. Akano Oluseyi.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. So it is just one aspect that I would like that, if possible, I don't know whether in the course of the study will actually on it. And that is the aspect of the scale of practice.
Scale of practice.
Yes, ma'am. On the scale of practice, because some of the things we mentioned, for example, the question that was asked, I think it was on slide 2 or 3, that talks about the price that will be required to set up a veterinary clinic will be so it could be approached from several angles, and so come back to say it not be fixed.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So maybe yes, ma'am. So maybe with time, because I want to believe that most of the things that we have been talking about will actually be driven by the vision and the entrepreneur, the veterinarian that wants to start. For example, if someone relies on the fact that all that I want to practice is ambulatory services, some of these things that we're mentioning may not just even be considered.
Yes.
Compared to someone that wants to actually set up a standard veterinary clinic with a location in.
Yes.
Location in VI will be different from location in. Yes, ma'am.
Yes.
So yes, ma'am. So that we'll talk about that. Then concerning this course, ma'am.
Yes.
I don't know if we can actually have the course outline.
All right.
So that it will also
for the topics,
yes,
right?
The topics, so
all
that
right.
we can actually
outline,
follow effectively and be able to discuss also effectively.
Okay, fine. You can. Why not?
Thank you, ma'am.
In fact, it should also be in the VetCan CVSN prospectus.
The aspect of tickets is not yet included. The one that they shared with us is just a draft.
Okay. It should be. It can.
I think the
Thank you. Sorry, let me respond to Dr. Oluseyi. I agree perfectly with you that the cost can never be the same for 2 practice. It can never. There are many factors to consider before arriving at a cost. As you said, the vision, the mission, the focus, the available fund itself, the location, the type of practice, and so on and so forth. Then talking about scale, you know, you started with scale of practice. It has been known that even when you have the intention to have a very high scale, what do we call large scale operation in your practice, it is most economically wise for you to start small. For any business at all, not just veterinary business, for any business at all you want to do, always start small. When you start small and you run it through, maybe 1 cycle, 2 cycles, you would have seen the weak areas, the critical points, the challenging areas that you need to manage well, that need to focus on well. When you have fully mastered it and you know where there can be trouble, where people can quickly take your money and so on, that's when you can now begin to increase your skill. You can now begin to increase, going to medium, and then finally to large scale. For a starter, I will never advise anybody just starting a vet practice or an hospital to start on a very large scale. No. You start small and then you grow on it. All right. The next person. Thank you, Dr. Adesina.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Yes, please. Next person, please. Next question or comment. Start with introducing yourself. I need to know you.
I'm Dr. Salisu Jafaru from Zaria Study Center. Mine is not a comment. It's just about with regard to what the previous speaker said about the prospectus. They have, if it's in our platform, there is one handbook for public health and preventive medicine shared. I think all the course outlines and other things are there, so he can kindly go there.
I know that it should be there. I know that it should be there. I know that it should be there. But if it's not there, of course, there are ways by which we can still relate with one another. There are ways we can still relate with one another. See? Is Afolabi Olugbenga still in class? Is he still there?
Hello, ma. Yes, ma. I'm actually on the wheels, but
I've not seen your voice, so
I'm driving.
No, okay, you are excused. Do we have any other person? Okay, it's all right. I just know that there are some names I can easily put face to. There are some I may not be. Oh, it's okay. Any other comment, questions? I'm trying to see if I can. Folake Oliide, are you there? Okay. Do we have any more comments, questions? It's actually an interesting course. I need to tell you. See? I want to try and put in my email address so that if there is a way of sharing anything. I've not had anybody, I mean, we are the female that are here. Okay, some have answered my question actually. Hey. Oops. I'm trying to get you my email so that, but even I think they should have given you our email address. I don't know.
Yeah, they are available in the student handbook, the residence handbook.
Okay. So for those that I need my email address, it's olayinkaishola@yahoo.com. So I don't know whether you are seeing that. Is it legible? Can you see it?
We cannot see anything.
Oh,
there is a
sorry.
network.
Network. Okay. I don't know what was happening, but we should even thank God though that we're able to finish the class, because sometimes network would just take the whole. It's still not showing, right? All right. Okay, I think if there are no other questions, comments, or suggestions, contributions, can we call it a day?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am.
All right. Thank you too for listening to the lecture. The next time we shall be seeing, or not seeing physically, although we still see virtually, is next week Tuesday by the grace of God. So we continue with this particular course next week Tuesday. All right. So have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye.
Not seeing our colleagues. Dan Williams.
I just want to attend this.